Hold on a second. My computer had a thing that it was not happy about there. But I am back. I'm back! Yeah, my computer just did a blip for a moment. Pretty bad blip. Let me get us booted again. Thank you. Yeah. 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 Then go Eepy. Eepy the sleepy dude. Alrighty. Good news is we can just hop back into the fight no problem. Oh god, they're gonna take forever to get to us. Fucking shit, dude. Come on in. Don't be shy. Let me give you a hug. Oh, too much exhaustion for perfect focus. Whatever. We're fine. The slaughter was manifest. Nomads. Fumigation sounds like fun right now, so fumigation. Actually, you've never had a crack at the arena. Alright, Roosh, you get a shot. Peep. Hi, Kodal. Yeah, I'll step forward. Nearly took their head clean off. There we go. You're in position to get ready to leap. There we go. Badass and Roosh are now pit fighters. Oh, they both haven't had a chance to arena. Hyenas. Oh, whoop. The sweepers. Because they sweep up bodies. That's a lot of overwhelm. Still hit. Your puppies ain't worth shit. Actually, I need ammunition as well. I'm real low on that. Mostly at cost. Do I have a giant pile of loot I need to go clean out? No, actually. Also, the dude in the back who's never fought a day in his life, level fucking 18. Holy shit. Why can't I make that? Yeah, I need Stolworm if I'm gonna make that, and Stolworms are fucking scary, my dude. Check out my warehouse for a moment. Take 2 of those just to have them. So I can see what I can access in my taxidermist thing. So Masterwork Metal and Redback would get me the helm. Helmet of the Mountain would be ideal, but I gotta find rock on holds. Nacho Helm is honestly not as useful as you think it would be because I have Nacho Mutation. The Stolworm Helm is scary as fuck. I can almost make the Demon Alp Helm. Skin Ghoul would be great, though. Well, anyway, put those back for now. Nasher. Ah, yes, we're so bougie at this point that I can willingly sell off pieces of super rare equipment because I can't hold on to it anymore. And as we evaluate the situation, go, you know what? I really don't need this. I'm going to look for things that are more valuable to my needs. Also sell the helmet. Arrows are much cheaper here. And that should restock my supplies very handily. Sturdy sling. Freezing arrows. Alright. Yes, we also know those mercenaries exist over there. The fuck you upperkiss, mercenaries. Alright, so I know where a bunch of orc locations are. I've got the money. Into the wild we go. Because first I want to knock out the goblin problem. Roosh is eating light, leave her be, and she's fine. Ah, there we go. Icy cave. A cave amidst a sea of snow and rock. A thick gate of icicle keeps your entrance well stayed. You discover a cave in the ice with its maw shielded by a gate of thick icicles. Looking through the icy bars, you find the cave quickly declines down a steep slope towards what may be an underground riverbank that has long since frozen. Something is huddled beside it, hitting the ice with a pickaxe over and over again. The wind whistles as it grates against the teeth of the cave. You call down to the huddled man, but there is no response. It'll take some time to chop through this thick ice and get in there. Fortunately, one of the sellswords reports that there may be a rear entrance. It's blocked just as well, but a strong enough man may be able to squeeze through and face any dangers within. For this particular occasion, I'm gonna need a duelist. Have at it, Squirrel Wizard. I know you want to crack on me, but you are better as a shock trooper. Good for slaughtering the wholesale lines, and good as a fighter. I need a duelist. Squirrel heads off while you and the rest work on the front of the cave. You knock a few of the thick icicles out, letting you see into the cave with better eyes. Just as you do, Squirrel Wizard comes tumbling down an adjacent slope and lands right in the middle of the cave and slides across the frozen river and rides up its embankment. He hops up to his feet and dusts himself off with a childish grin. In a flash, the huddled man slams the pickaxe into the ice with unhindered power, and the shards splinter from one side of the embankment to the other. The clank of the metal and shattered ice reverberates as though lightning itself had struck. Now you can finally see the stranger. He is a barbarian shelled in broken armor that rattles as he moves. The icy walls mirror his steps, scattering his presence all across the cave in transient sheens. Jittering and jutting, his walk is seemingly going backwards despite his advance, as though his shadow were his true self and his flesh the after-image. Despite being in a cave, his loud voice echoes, "Not at all. An interloper in my midst, a mere moment from the mist, these things I shall not miss." He approaches the sellsword like a cold spider unfurling from its trap door. You see that his face is half frozen and a weary smile squeezes through the half that could still be called flesh. "I long to leave this body, my dear fighter. Will you help me out? Will you guide me out into something higher?" We got his ass. Yikes! Oh, shit. That works. 383's missed. Beautiful. Untouched. Squirrel Wizard cuts the madman down, his chest armor shatters and flies off his body. Chunks of plate spinning and warbling into the air, and yet tethered together by some strange blue tendrils. Your men finally break through the icy cavern's entrance and slide down the declination. Squirrel Wizard is quite alright, nodding smugly as he sheathes his weapon. "Just a crazy fuck, Captain." You crouch beside his body. Ice contorts half the flesh, twisting it into nubs of black, and what isn't frozen is flaked by strangely sprinkling rime. Despite his grisly state, the madman died with a wild grin on his face. The eyes are a bright blue, and you see yourself in their gaze, a faceless silhouette, and then the color slowly slips away. Not like you've seen before, but as though someone were dragging a curtain through a window, slowly sucking all the color right into the sockets. The corpse grins at you, but you refuse to believe that is all that you saw. One of the mercenaries picks up the madman's bizarre armor and holds it at length. What do you figure this is? The plates dangle from one another by some strange blue gelatin, and the insides of the metal slates are covered in bubbling, twirling blues as though it were the work of some celestial blacksmith. It is cool to the touch and gives beneath the slightest push of your finger. You've never seen or felt anything like it, but the armor itself is currently in an unusable state. You have the goop in the armor put in the inventory. Scour the cave for more goods, which there are none. Before you leave the cave, you glance at the corpse one more time. You think you saw it move again, but surely it is the cold of the frozen north that is playing tricks on you. Do you speak the southern or native tongue? Keeping your as you depart the cave, a local northerner covered in bear furs stands across the company. He looks at you and then the cave entrance. He asks, do you speak the southern or native tongue? Keeping your guard, you nod to the former. He nods. And what did you see in that cave? Did you see it? You tell me you found nothing, only a madman. The stranger smirks. A madman. A madman, that is what you think you saw. It is within all of us to speak warily of the unnatural, but not within us to recognize when nature herself takes a step back. Horrors are easier said than seen. That was no ordinary man, you fool, but the Idrock, a transient spirit that shifts from one vessel to another. No one really knows what it looks like. The whole world is simply a series of masks and will happily go from one to the other, usually taking the shape of animals, sometimes a man if he is so weak. It is a being of absolute malice. It cannot be killed. No, it sees death, even its own, as entertainment. It remembers those who escape it. It remembers those it wishes to play with. I pray you've a face worth forgetting. You put your hand on the pommel of your sword and tell him of whatever mysticism and myth-making he's got he can keep to himself. You saw the madman in the cave, and that's all he was. A man. The stranger nods again and backs off. As you wish, and may you travel well. Travel well. Badass is perhaps one of the dumbest individuals you've ever met. For a brief moment, it does appear that Tarmp gets through and teaches him a thing or two about critical thinking and memorization. You watch the two sit together and look over some scrolls. You're not sure where the smart man got such papers, but the unlearning oaf is certainly paying a lot of attention to him. As you watch, Badass is asking rather deep, profound questions about the land and its relationship to people, the sky and its relationship to the birds. You slowly realize the idiot is merely glancing around, describing what he's seeing as sort of a inquisitive language Tarmp has taught him, namely by attaching a smarmy, intoned question at the end of every sentence. When the two finish up, Tarmp comes to you with a grin. I think we're really getting somewhere with him. He's learning, you know? With students like that, all you gotta do is be patient and take your time. A little ways away, Badass is pounding ants with a rock. You simply nod and let Tarmp lid out every teacher's biggest fantasy. I have not heard of the movie Fallen. Keep that one in mind. You know, we haven't had a good challenge yet for a hot minute, and we're not going to come back here. 2 champion chosen, a dire wolf, thrall, reaver, several chosen on top of that, drummers, a blacksmith, and a berserker. I think we can handle this. How does that cleaver hold up to your current cleaver? Much weaker. Make ready, boys. She's got a mutation. That's the Berserker. I remember these guys being fucking assholes. Oh, the Berserker has the mutations, and they have the Orc mutations. Fuck! That's some nasty business they've got going on there. Ooh, solid hit from Silo. That's a kill. Solid hits. Slug X delivers a solid hit. Hold position for now. I was hoping for a collateral. That is a kill for Vaudon. One champion down. Beat the drums of war. That's a interesting maneuver. That Barbarian wants to rout. That Berserker wants to rout, which is very lovely. Good hit for effect. Good hits for effect. That could be very spicy. They're starting to pop a lot of adrenaline. Oh, God. Fuck. That's very lucky. That is a non-0% chance of tragedy. Damn, good hits for effect there. There we go, get the extra swing out. I am down. Oh, I actually didn't hit that hard. Wow. Camp eliminated. There's actually quite a few bits. That doesn't look like it's layered armor. Gotta check something here. Correct, that's a preset armor. It's not bad either. 8 weight for 157? That's pretty fucking good. It can't fit the 4 slot, which is where a noble cloak is sitting. Like, unironically, that armor kind of fucks. This axe is kind of shit, though. And the... me being stupid. The helmet is a 8-weighter for a lot of armor class. Unfortunately, the rest of our war gear is looking pretty solid as is. It also horribad blocks vision. Twinned Barbarian Axes. A unique way of northern fighting. Maybe holding these two rusty axes in each hand is a good idea. It seemed effective enough when it was used against you. So it gives access to the hack, swing, and split shield abilities. So when used against you, 35% chance to hit head. Only hits the shield once, but makes 2 separate strikes for 70% of the weapon's damage each. It costs 4 AP. It deals additional 35% damage on hit to the head. It's a volume of fire weapon. It's also a two-handed weapon. They look pretty fly, not gonna lie. This isn't even a fight. This is killing. This is we slipped into their camp when the fucking dudes were out on hunt. You may now feel bad. That probably wasn't needed at all. Well, that was some free supply. Into the thick of it, boys. That looks like beasts. Squirrel Wizard wants to play dice. No, thank you. A Yort City. And what I'm curious about is that's a lot of direwolves. Okay, Beast, Champion City it is. That is 3 chosen in the woods. The armored unholds are a problem, but considering how the last throw about this went, I think we'll be okay. What could you use? You are built into light. Hurin Kazan. You're not a Mind OB. You don't need Wind Reader. Onslaught could be useful, but not directly. Honestly, maybe just muscularity. It's some extra damage, and then chain that up with Colossus down the road, and you could get, not only are you much tougher for it, but you throw harder. 3 champions may be a rough fight, but I have faith in our capabilities, considering we just stomped on 2. That's a few more unholds than I was expecting, but we should be fine. Because I have someone who can wrestle them to death. For he is the Wrestle Man. Those axes actually look like good quality axes, too. Thorned Whip. Those look kind of sick. For this one, we hold position. Shields up. Honestly, a fire pot may be useful here. Give it to him rough. Is the tile not on fire? Is it too cold for it to be on fire or some shit? What the fuck? They are in the line. Deep hearts! A lot of the early missing's not super great, though. Damn, a lot of 59 whiffs. Hello, Dragon House. Hello, Kirchan. This is gonna get nasty, I think. Oof. Big fucking nasty hostile in the line, by the way. Fall back, you are bubbernucked. This is the moment you focus. That's gonna tear people up. Oh, that's gonna be super great. Oh, that's a whole lot of pain incoming. Actually, wait, I can Parthian. Honestly, a lot of their heavy assets are gone at this point. And you rally no one. Fuck. He's out of play. Fuck. This is gonna hurt, I feel. You have to breathe. Oh, that's fucking mean. Holy shit, the game crashed. Ah. Oh, wow. Okay. So Berserkers are still a little funny about that one. So that one's a freebie. Well, it said author nut something, so I think it's specifically how the interaction between the twin weapon and the individual died. It ain't the first time. Oh, it's 100% the twin weps. I still think this is handleable. Just have to be a little more shooty on their Zerkers. Yeah, especially the fact they can flank. I honestly thought it was the two-handers that'd be more of a concern here because of the fact they can just reach out and touch. Or they just crunch. The two-handers have not been as bad as one would think. The unholds will probably just chunk, honestly. The armor score gives them a lot more vitality than it looks. But for the most part, they're not the worst, and I'm mostly stun immune on most of my dudes, so... I don't want to break line here. Though, honestly, if I can kill their Beastmasters early, that may be a better use of my arrows. Keep her steady, folks. Well, it looks like he's coming out swinging on this one. And that immediately just became the biggest problem on the board. I'll see how that situation develops, but it's not looking good. I want to dive that, but I don't feel like Rouge is... Oh, you have a dodge 90. You know what? Fight it. I might be coddling you too much. You have a 75 versus your 56. Gambling. Yeah, just bumping against metal. It ain't gonna do shit, unfortunately. $75 versus 15. You'll have to fight it until someone can root you out. Once again, I got a crash. Oh no, I knew it was the twin weapons to begin with, just yikes. It also doesn't help that that dude got like 8+ attacks. It's a random camp. I ain't fighting it. If it's going to reliably crash every time rather than a specific interaction, then yeah, I'm just going to avoid the barbarians for now. Or at least that berserker for right now. Again, if the game crashes, I can't count that as a loss, because, well, I can't continue the fight where the loss happened. The problem is, Ragers are part of the Barbarian list at this point, so... That is, as one would say, a little disappointing. Oh, hey, the Unhold Graveyard. Finger bones like fallen totems. Thighs hewn free of the knees of as though foresters had set upon a gloomy work. Carved ribs scattered across the earth like they were under a shipwright's appraisal, and the skulls, tottering on the wedges of jawbones, held up like animalistic abodes of shamans, molars the size of shields, and any man could crawl through the eye sockets. Looking past the unhold skeletal remains, you find plenty more fanning out into a valley. The heaviest of the bones stay where their owner's breath had last ushered them, while the smallest of the sort had long since rolled into the valley ditch and settled there in a wash of white, wimpled with whatever fur and flesh remains. You've no reason to believe that none other than the Unholds themselves plotted their demise here. Violence was not in their shapes. They are sitting up or laying down in peaceful eternities, and indeed, Kira-chan points out the great giant which seems to have recently laid itself to rest. It's nestled into an earthen nook, with its hands wrapped over its knees and its head tilted on its shoulder. It watched the sunset, and will do so for many years to come. Not that you care. You order the men to fan out and collect out what they can. Some of the bones or pelts, or what else they've brought, could be of great use to the company. Scrats! I don't need tree smoothies, so we can let them be. I want to fight the fucking barbarians because they happen to be there, but the game's going to crash every fucking time I get smoked by a goddamn chosen. You come across an abandoned chapel. Cobwebs dress its cracks and the birds' nests at the corners. The pews are tipped over, or this place have been recently chopped up for firewood. The old gods have surely left this place. The historian comes to you with what looks to be muddy logs in his hands. Would you look at this? Old scripts! He blows the blackened dust and ash off the scrolls. Have you ever seen anything so spectacular? I don't know what they say it, but it's the most interesting of finds. Right. Whatever. Just read it and tell me what it says already. Well, sitting in your tent outside of the abandoned temple, the historian enters in a manner best described as reluctant. In his hands are scrolls he found in the chapel a few days back. Sir, the scrolls, they were most interesting. Bored, you inquire as to how interesting. The man explains. Well, they've been written in a very ancient language. I'm not well versed in it, but I can certainly read portions here and there. You ask him what he wants, then. I like to read the scrolls, but I can use a bit of confidence before I do. Would you grace the reading? That what my old professors would do before any great undertaking. Alright, go ahead and read. The historian picks up the scroll and begins to read. The language is both familiar and yet primordially ancient. It tickles the ear like a scratch of vipers over sand and by no means any less threatening. When he's finished, the historian looks up. Feel anything? Suddenly, a dark yet soft hand wraps around the man from behind, curving down towards his loins. Oh, humans, we did not think you would survive this long, and indeed it has been long since our services were called upon. Lithe, hip-swaying creatures slipped so lightly into the tent as though they were hardly more than the wind itself. Outside, you can hear the murmur of the rest of the company being overcome by the seductive beings. One walks towards you, her shape flashing between all the women of your life, testing your response, and when your heart warms, it settles on a young lady that once broke your heart. The succubus falls atop you. Don't mind me, human, this is for you. Relax. You let the pleasures wash over you. Immeasurable hours later, you awake with your trousers down and Andronus in the corner rubbing his head. They were so wonderful, but the scroll's gone. I think it burned up after I said the words. Oh, by the old gods, do I wish I remember what they said! Incredible. So are we ever going to talk about that again? Oh, hey! The ancient spire's here. The spire is twice as tall as any castle you'd seen, and narrower than any tower. It's as though someone had all the material to build a fortress, and instead of building the bastion, they built the spire. Silo squints as she looks up to its rise. Like it goes on forever, sir. Damn right near to the clouds. You enter with a map and a few mercenaries. Inside, you find a glass sphere sitting on a hollow lectern. Inside the bulb sits some powdery remains, perhaps the last issuance of magic, you know not. Your intuition tells you that whoever dwelled in this slender refuge did not always take the stairs, but you'll have to. The climb is brutal and long. At the top you find yet another bulb, this one jagged and shattered, and beneath the glass a skeleton. A broken staff lies nearby. You shake your head and head towards the crenulations. So far, the sides of the world itself seems to curve at the horizon, a strange trick of the eye, no doubt. You draw the geography upon your map, take a 5-minute breather, then descend back down. When you get to the bottom, the skeleton is there with its staff beside it, and the busted bulb is on the lectern. The whole group of sellswords run out the door, and you're hot on their heels. Looking back, you see the spire's gate slowly close with a mighty metal clank. Well, at least we got a lay of the land. No, we stumbled onto a wizard's tower, and he was slightly pissed that we walked in. Necrosavants and Necrolords. Into the thick of it, boys. Interesting they waited us out. Some of them are taking moves. Oh, I should have brought the spiked impaler for this. This is the environment it wants to be in. Oh, they don't bleed. That's interesting. Yeah, but they're also vampires. So, you know, they might have a little bit of things in the inside of them. Also, damn, we are tearing them apart. I'm a little nervous. There's the jump. 'Cause I know these fuckers can jump. Lure to the ghosty. No, we're fighting vampires. No. These guys are embalmed, effectively. They have gone through a ritual that, allows them to be who they are. So, we're not at risk. However, these guys are still assholes. Damn, I got a little greedy there, admittedly. Stake through the heart, aka crossbowmen, actually have an advantage here. Kill. Keep playing those tunes, you fancy bard. Had the old gods decided you were to live, they would not have made us. So the main problem with Necro Savants is that if they are able to get an angle on someone who's not particularly skilled in melee combat, so like your archers, for example, Yes, my martial art is just wombo combo 3 of these fuckers to death. But if they catch someone who's not particularly good at melee combat, like your archers, for example, they can do pretty serious damage, because any hit points that they take from a individual from combat becomes HP for them. Usually, they actually walk into combat pretty wounded because they haven't fed. And that's Kodal with a vampire kill. And that was a clean sweep. And with that, we are granted a new smoothie. And there's a legendary map here. So, the strain is Bloodletter. Whoever drinks this incredible potion will produce within the ash of a necro-savant will find themselves in possession of the miraculous healing powers of the undead creatures. It does not grant the extended lifespan associated with the abominations, however, quite the opposite in fact. It may be considered a feature should the imbiber get a bit too comfortable drinking blood. Consumers have remarked the effects feel similar to immortality and their bodies regressing in age, although from the associated cost, you're not entirely sure if it's worth it. So, Parasitic Blood. 15% of hit points damage inflicted on adjacent enemies that have blood. 10 hit points and 5 melee skill. It also grants you 9 lives. What ones have you imbibed? You imbibed Snake, but that's still perfectly fine. Or did you imbibe Spider? I think you're Spider and... yeah. Yep. Think you're Spider. Well, first of all, if anyone wants to take on the vampire strain, I'm half tempted to take that myself, but might give that to Roosh. Though they're taking a nap, and I've tried to make a habit of not just giving that. Tarf, you have what looks to be... Actually, I think all you have is... nope, I see Tree. I see Tree, and you've taken Unhold. Sellsword United. Give me a sec, I'll hook you up. It changes a lot of gameplay features. Or it's Sellsword updated. It always throws me off, but... That's the GitHub. That's the sequence list. Oh, it turns out there's a thick grab to this that I should probably get as well. Yeah, well, there is a version that doesn't require it. Hold up. The original version is right here. There you go. Ah, we know of probably something like the Mastaba or something down there. Still, I can double check to make sure you're not horribly mutating to death. I'm pretty certain... Oh, wait, no, hold on. For you, Tarmf, you are Tree and Unhold. Yep. Honestly, whip him into shape. This man may have a future as a way of just getting more dudes onto the field, or training dudes. It's two, it's because we're Anatomist that we get two. Normally, you only get one. Anatomist comes with a free, Resilient, and Resilient, gives you the ability to take 2 sequences. The Anatomist background also enhances the chances that you're going to get more of them. So it kind of plays well into itself. Actually, who has the anti-direwolves? You have anti-spider. I think it's Bang was, yeah, anti-direwolf. Well, whatever. Time to kill. Oh, right. Hit him with Fury Chant. Misfire, double misfire. Yeah, so the sensor we have comes from a crazy cultist, and it's constantly spewing out fumes. Basically, we have a clan pestilin, fumigator. There is only one in the world, but it is ours. PETA can bite my ass. EU ain't taken over yet. At least in this universe. What's the Necro Lords thing? 20 hit points, 10 skill. Get the bounce. Synaptic blockage. And immune to poison. Oh my god. Oh my god, that fucks. Puppy serum acquired. Gentlemen, we are RTB. We got packs full of loot. Actually, how much bag space do I still... Yeah, I still got too much. I got too much. Alright, what's in the building or the warehouse that's causing a problem? Silvered ingots. We actually have someone... Oh. We can just get our blacksmith to just make ingots. Which is worth more than the bowls individually, maybe? How much is the bowl worth individually? Yeah, actually, we just make a flat profit off of that. Can I make purity seals? If I had elf skin, can I get elf skin? Do I have any stashed away? Damn it, I have demon elf skin. That's not the same. Because I want me some fucking purity seals. Because those look cool, and I want to look cool as hell. Oh, silver doesn't sell here for piss. That's a problem. Honestly, saw some of my funny munitions. Ew, that's a longsword that rolled like garbage. That polearm would be really cool if I had anyone who was a polearm guy. I will, however, take the green banner, the stern ward, and the company full plate armor, though. That's incredibly light. Yes, I did just blow like 50k on famed goods. We'll check to see if silver sells well there. For right now, though, we're repairing everything. Alright, everyone on armor detail, except the Enchantress. The Rune of Power is more damage. I want a Rune of Feeding. A Rune of Accuracy. A Rune of Radiance. A Rune of Endurance, and a Rune of Safety. Yeah, she's got a lot of manpower hours to work, but we've got time. Silo finds some beetles to go crunch. I didn't deem these tribal goods to actually be worth repairing. Understandable, have a bad day. Sell the twinned goods because as fun as those seem like they could be, they break the game right now. This bloodletter honestly kind of sucks. Actually, if I can turn some other goods into silvers, maybe I can turn some goods into gold. Okay, first things first, is that a replacement for my Norman helm? It outright is better. So, taking a replacement. Honestly, you've got the fat for it, so take the heavy load there. That's the chain. Lighter, more efficient. I'll take my green mantle, thank you. Which means someone else can take the black mantle. Honestly, give it to you. You need the resolve. Are you MIB'd? Huh. Wonder why I got your fatigue so high up. Those plates are better. You already have a painted set of armor. That is markedly lighter. Or a benefit. Would anyone else benefit from the full plate? You're a medium armor specialist. It's a little bit more for a little bit less. That's 6 and 6 for 12. A little bit more for a little bit less. Not the finest helmet in the world, but it is an improvement right here, so... That's 6 and 4 for 10. You could put on a 5-chainer if we could find it. For the moment, I do need to trim up this inventory, though. Everyone and anyone who stands in the way. However, in the moment, I am trimming up the inventory to a small degree. Noble War is indeed over. Trying to figure what's legendary and what isn't. Just a little too heavy. Nah, dude, take it at your own time. More than happy to catch you up. Let's see. Honestly, actually, maybe that helmet would be good on someone. You're light, so that is 11 and 6. You're already overweight, damn it. But if I ditch that, both of those, and put on this, that's 11 and 7. Keep it as we were. That's 10 and 15. Honestly, that's one over for a lot more head protection. When every little bit of protection matters. .24 and... Happy with the drip I've got. Though actually, with this, more protection for less cost. 27, that's 36. Yeah, that's about appropriate. Then from here, I can sell off unique equipment that I really don't have value for. I will keep that Chosen's hat. It is pretty trophy worthy. Then at this point, making sure people have bandages as they need them. Almost the full goddamn 40. Yeah, they'll buy silver by the fucking pound. That is a fair bit of profit we just made there. Anywho, it's time for some arena fighting. Oh, killing hyenas actually counts for Bang's thing. Then don't mind if we do. Oh no, you have been featured in the Nacho fights. I just didn't realize that Direwolf included Hyena as a thing. Kami is now Invictus. With a single fist raise, Kami the Scalpel stops the crowd cheering. With both raised, they shout his name from the stands. Gladiators rather wrestle a Lindworm than fight him in the arena. So, 18 resolve, 10 extra hit points, 5% extra damage, 75% chance to survive if non-fatality. Any attack that inflicts 1 point of morale triggers a morale check equal to the opponent with a penalty of 10% of your arena wins. I don't think it gets any higher than Invictus. Let me see. This is probably outdated, but... Nah, looks about right. Well, you also have to win 50 fights, which in normal Legends, you only get to do 1 fight a day, compared to the 5 that we can stock up from Sellsword Updated. Eight hyenas. Also Bang Dings. Now to try and spread that love around. Oh, no shit. Because that serves a different purpose. Alrighty, that's another fancy thingamajigger. Also get Dr. Rex's level up. DDG had 17. Yeah, you have mind over body, so... Actually, how good's your mind over body? Still needs work, but that's still very solid MOB. A Blade Dancer. I'll serve as tank in this role. Then honestly, I'll give it a Jake. No specialty arrows, but, or no bleeder arrows, but... spider sequence, I can see it in there. Adreline just beating the shit out of them with his bare hands. And crowd goes wild. Breathe in. Execute the plan. Next fight is snakes. This is a sweeper fight. Well, going out on the sands 50 times and never having died or lost is a case of, that's probably not luck. I don't like that. Not at all. That's a lot of surrounds. Yup. And that's another 3 gladiators on the field. Because I'm feeling a little funny, I'll get closer. Breathe, get to work. My head. Cooked that too hard. Gordon and me are now veterans. We'll take that. How much is it to just repair our gear for the cheap? Easy enough. So that's the ancient city. That's the ruins of Orkbane Keep. Well, let's keep exploring our neighborhood to see if we can't find the goblins. Napiris, Legionary Necrosavant. Position. Them bones be crumbling. Meanwhile, my shield breaker is about to be really happy with the situation. Hit him with the backswing. Oof. 2 misses. That's unfortunate. Switch to the arrows that don't cost an arm and a leg to, you know, replace. I love shield breaking. My armor ain't that thin. Ooh, almost an outright kill. The skirmishers feel like they want to join the fight, finally. Spooky boy ain't having a good time down there. Oh, whoop. Didn't actually see him down there. Them bones be crumbling. And there we go. A cleaver sword that kind of rolled like garbage. And away we go. Huh, they just up and disappear. Oh, because I went the other way. I'm not super concerned with them in the moment. Kirichan spills into your tent, yelling that you did terrible things to him while he was sleeping. You draw and stand your sword for the detail. You stand and draw your sword. For the details of his accusation are certainly worth killing another man over. But as you both breathe the pause, you realize Kirichan is the diviner's flail firmly grasped in a white-knuckled hand. The green mist swirling in its center brims bright, then fades as you both look at it. The sellsword throws you to the ground. God damn it, Captain! We should get rid of this fucking thing! But it took so much to get it. Why is there a patch of green right there? Yeah, that's the other bad thing with the sensor, is that it gives you bad events constantly, because the person who's still there, the asshole who's still behind the power of that thing is taunting you constantly. He never truly dies. Oh no, it's the Praetorian Guard! Anyway. Look, there's about a 50-50 shot those guys turn around and start killing their own. Yeah, the Varangian Guards, on the other hand, is a oh fuck situation. Hey, I'll pay you guys 5 pennies if you, if you keep guard for me. Okay. Hey, want to betray the Emperor? Fuck no, he's paying me 5 pennies. But we could, like, offer you, like, 20 pennies. And I agreed to 5, now fuck off. Or I will kill you for treason. Ah yes, cook off my entire stamina bar for the fight. Single-handedly kill, goddamn, vampire. Good use of my, my fucking stamina. Yes, please surround it around here, Chan. I want you... Oh, baby. Oh, no. That's bad for you. That's super bad for you. We're about to have a great old time here. What do you mean, did you get something new? Elucidate. Yeah, because Shield Breaker in Legends is so fucking good. Because if you have the perk that allows you to break shields, it comes with the side effect that extra damage immediately bleeds through. Honestly, I thought it was already pretty good, because breaking through shields is a way of getting around the problem of the enemy has a wall of shield. That just makes it absolutely fucking gravy to use. As a frame of reference, I do about 198 damage to shields that cannot miss. I want to say something's glitching, but in the moment, I'll just take it. By the way, again, that is a 240 that cannot miss. If they have a shield, it just hits, because that's how split shield works. Now, to be fair, I also have an axe that rolled into heavy shield damage, so it's not all just individual skill. But still. Ooh, somebody's having a bad day over there. We're going south again, boys. Oh. Oh, we found the hunting grounds. Oh. Hey, Capstone. I'm honestly at a good fatigue level. Honestly, I'm gonna go with initiative because that gets me better armor mastery stuff. I'll take recover because I need that. I'll take my sword mastery because I need that. God, I need a lot of perks, actually. Hello, Vaudon. Hope you enjoyed the concert. With your perk level, what makes you better at choppy? Ah, that's how that dude is. Hack is getting skull splitters. So hack gains an additional attack. The twin users using at least 2 axes, so that's 4 attacks, a basic swing up into 8. I think we did. What would be good for you? Executioner. Oh, you don't have dodge. Things are going alright. We've just been exploring about, having a good time. Within the barren tundra, you find a prime hunting ground around a small lake, and so you decide to go on a short one-day kill. You quickly spot a sizable elk cropping the scant tundra grass. Just as you ready a kill shot, the elk's neck seizes with its snout pointed straight out. The bones crack and the limbs go bow-legged as they are gripped by instant death. But it does not fall. The withers tremble and then bulb and shift as though fists roll beneath its fur. Suddenly the flesh tears asunder and you can see a slick blue mass bubbling between the wounds. Its legs burst apart and the torso rises high into the air as long stalks of thick bone clap into the ground and wormy snake-like straps of muscle wrap about the shafts. You believe the elk dead, but the maw groans wildly just as its face rips apart from crown to jaw like a blossoming flower. The very face of something else entirely emerges, and it pushes forward as though generated by the very gore it was busy reaping. As the new monster finds its strength, it seizes up on both hind legs and reaches his hands back to tear away the fur of the elk like a man would a cloak. Bones and blood splatter. A hideous beast 3 times the height of any man turns and feels out its limbs, tensing its hands and cracking its knees and shoulders. Turning its head from side to side with fat nostrils flaring like a bull, the eye sockets are all bone and a blue haze pulses from within them like crackling storms. The elk's beautiful antlers have been abrogated by horrible horns. A frosty air curls from its mouth and you can see the leaves of a nearby tree go cold and brittle. You have the uneasy feeling that this monster is not in fact a monster at all, but a transient spirit which manifests itself as it sees fit, carving itself into the world as an aspect of chaos and little else. Just as you think this, the beast turns its head towards you and hooks its long nails into the corners of its fanged mouth and stretches its lips so far out the corners itself could be ears. Ah, this is the place to be. This is the place where I'm happy. Why do you look with such fear? Am I not but a simple deer? Its head cocks to a side, with drool slopping over its bottom lip and playful tears fills its eyes. You've heard of stories of this creature, a cruel horde the Northerners call the Eidrock, or the Beast of Winter. You know not here to speak of poetry and play games. You draw your sword, but then a hand claps your shoulder. Here with you always, Captain. You turn to see the company at your side and ready to fight. Now, unless they've buffed this... Oh, yeah, they have definitely buffed him. Holy shit, 3,000 hit points. That's a bit more than he had before. I think in vanilla he's got like 300 or 500. Yeah, the problem is it's fighting a full company. In vanilla, this thing's a bit scarier because, like, you don't have a lot of new ways of kicking ass and taking names. The problem is, Battle Brothers is a numbers game. The entire company getting to slap this thing means it's going to die. It only has 11 bleed stacks and 5 malicious wounds. That is so much blood. It also just healed 313 hit points. Dragon House is the killer. And we got a single use of Masterwork tools off this thing. With the killing blow well placed, the Eidrock clambers side to side, gripping its final wound. It lets out a howl of pain and buckles at the knees, and it can only barely hold itself up with one hand as its body doubles over and vomits into the ground. But the whole thing seems like a charade, and the beast at times looks over as though to make sure you're watching. It is a drama, a poorly acted show put on by that which does not know death in any sense. The eyes lock with yours, and that unsettling grin returns. Then the monstrosity flashes a blinding strobe of blue, and when the natural light of the world returns, the corpse is frozen solid, and the flakes snow drizzle from the sky. That can't be it. You just know it. You walk up to the ice remains and start chopping away. As you hew into the ice, a blue ooze drips from channels and gaps. One final swing smashes the ice apart and a blob of goo runs every which way. As the men look on rather concerned, you grab the shattered armor from the cave and throw it onto the Eidrock's blood. The strange tendrils which held its pieces together instantly brighten, and you watch as they begin to twist taut and pull the plates together. Matted elk fur conjoins with the metal as though they were one being coming to heal old wounds. Blood snakes over the plates like moss twirling beneath a riverbed, curling to and fro before flattening out and painting the armor a slick red. Picking it up, you feel a buzz on your fingertips. "I hope you don't suggest I wear that, Captain," Jake Winters says, shaking his head with a nervous smile. You're not sure what the armor is capable of, but no doubt have the mind to keep it in inventory to see. As for the Eidrock, you've no doubt it's still out there somewhere, its corpse already decaying rapidly, and the bones which remain are not that of a giant beast, but simply that of a poor elk. Still, we prevailed. So, the armor in question. Where is it? So. Oh, it's a stackable armor now. Give me a minute. That is definitely a Legends edition that I like. Where's the helmet? There it is. So, the armor of the Eidrock. Once a barbarian armor broken in battle, this piece has been bathed in the blood of the legendary Eidrock. Powers beyond your understanding mended it whole again, and it will likewise mend any wounds of the wearer as well. 20 weight armor, and it's 220. That's because it's unique, DDG. There is no... You cannot get this ever again. There's only one that exists. And then the helmet of the Eidrock. Once a barbarian helmet broken in battle, this piece has been bathed in the power of the legendary Eidrock. Powers beyond your understanding mended it whole again, and it will likewise mend any wounds of the wearer as well. Winter's Touch, the Eidrock's Embrace. One of the 7 legendary weapons, Winter's Touch is the embodiment of Death's cold embrace. Created on the frozen lake of the hunting grounds, the bitterly cold ice this blade has growing from it never seems to melt. So, the damage is pretty great, does monstrous amounts of shield damage, has chilled status effect on hit, and inflicts staggered on hit. We only have one person who realistically uses a two-handed axe. So, even though it's actually weaker than the primary way of the combat style they use, that is more than double the damage. So Kier-chan is the first to take the weapon. Ironically enough, this is actually better than your full plate because you lose 2 points of protection. You gain regen and save 5 points of weight. You're already kind of wearing a horned armor, so more protection, less fatigue. Not effectively immortal. If the body armor is opened up, it doesn't matter how fast he's regenerating. He can still get slaughtered. But that definitely helps. His sustainability is much higher now. Also, 7? There are 7 legendary weapons floating about. Okay. Favored enemy Swordmaster. The path to martial prowess is beset by the fake and the weak. Only one can stand to be the greatest. Yeah, unironically, that might not be bad to pick up. I know what those fights entailed. We know, wait, no, doesn't the guy that we were fighting who is kind of full of mega bullshit, he uses a halberd, but it's not actually a halberd. It turns into a sword, right? Nah, we'll go with Killing Frenzy. He still needs more time to refine himself. Like, fucking, where is it? Krieggast is not, you don't get a halberd from that. Or do you get, what do you get from that? Well, here's the thing. The sensor doesn't actually specify it's a legendary weapon because that's a vanilla weapon. This is not a vanilla weapon. So we've only found one and know where the other one is. No, Krieg's bullshit because he's bullshit. He's a fight that doesn't have a shtick. Instead, he just has the entirety of the fucking pot. Worman sits about the campfire telling war stories. If he's lying, it's merely an embellishment, as the scars all over his body speak unsightly truths. With each tale, the men become more engrossed, emboldened, and ready to get back out there and forge their own stories. Killing men does make for great bedtime stories. How much bag space do I still have? Not super amounts. Stone pillars. You stumble across a woman in the swamps, alone with a rucksack and a pannier of rolls, what may be maps, and there's a dagger to her left head, and pots and pans to her right. There's a kicked campfire nearby, and the pile of tomes shoot into a velvet sock. Everything she is and everything she has is covered by a greenery of the mire. She's standing there, staring at you and you at her. It's not exactly ordinary for a woman to be out alone in the bog. She smiles quaintly, hesitantly. Hello? With the handle of your sword, you eye the surrounding parts for an ambush. You ask her what she's doing out this way, and she says you wouldn't believe her. You've seen enough to lend credence to even the edges of whatever insanity she could respond with. The woman nods. Well, all right then, come on over and I'll show you. Well, let's have a look. You tell the company to keep vigilant for scapegraces hiding in the swamp, but they laugh and say that you should have stopped at the whorehouse if you were so up and in a fit. Ignoring them, you head towards the woman. You find her in a log, a mushroom cap twisting in her hands, and she speaks rather honestly. I'm in search of a monster, whether real or farce. To me, it is a monster all the same. Understand? In a way, you do. Not all monsters are real, and a bog broad like this could be crazy. You ask her what this supposed beast is. She eats the mushroom and then grabs a book and throws it your way. There's a page held by the leaf, and you open to it. Drawn there is what looks to be an octopus with limbs the size of long ships. It's in battle with a whole navy, and it seems to be even winning. The woman leans forward, her limp green hands hanging like kudzu between her knees. The monster I'm seeking is the Kraken. And who are you? The woman leans back. She eats another mushroom and turns and stabs her dagger into a bug that had been scuttling across the log. Without so much as a pause, she eats it off the tip and speaks between mashing its carapace. Ordinarily, I'd be short on details and already waving this here dagger at your pecker, but I think you're keen on helping. I can see it in your eyes. You're a killer, a murderer, a lech, a fancier of the coin, and a crazy some bitch. She swallows the remains of the insect and spits out its remains like the seeds of a sunflower seed. She nods. I'm the daughter of a wealthy nobleman, but I'm clearly far away from that life. That she is. So, what all do you know? She turns to her tomes and stares at them as though they were gravestones. My father owns one of the largest libraries in all the land. In those halls, I discovered stories of these very swamps. Stories by authors who unwittingly were repeating themselves. 10 years ago, 100, 1,000. All the same tale, a tale of men coming here and men disappearing. Resolution is not sought and the answers are ambiguous. Bandits, diseases, one scholar simply said the men experienced such wonder at the beauties of the swamp that they decided to stay there. Can you believe that? Beauties of the swamp? Smirking, you say you're looking at one. She laughs. I haven't seen myself in months, but I'm a serious stranger. I've searched these parts and I haven't found a goddamn thing. I don't have a command set up for that Rubicon X, I'm sorry. I can tell you what I'm using though. She points a finger at her books. 20 disappearances with up in 300 men, armored with horses. Some with caravans, some with protected highborn. Yet I look around out here and I don't see a single goddamn thing. You suspected you fucked off and died in a swamp, no one would give a shit about you either, but that many tales is a little suspicious. You're full on nut bar. She shrugs. Maybe, but at least I didn't hire a company full of assholes. You look back at the crusade, who on one side of the camp is having fistfights, in the middle someone is slipping a swamp snake in a sleeping sellsword's pants, and on the closer side of things, a few are pointing at you two and grabbing their crotches and humping the air. You turn back and tell her they aren't so bad, just then a mercenary screams into the swamp. Tell her about the time everyone fucking died, so we made you captain because there was no one else. Ladies love heroics. Grinning, you repeat yourself. Honestly, not the worst. Also, the mods that I am using, the three primary ones, are specifically the Legends mod, Sellsword Updated mod, and a Faith and Flesh Plus. I'm also using Emo because inventory management effect. And I'm also using Stronghold. So, how can I help? The woman rummages through her rucksack and produces a signet unlike any you've seen before. She flips it to you as though it were a shit counterfeit coin. Got plenty more where that came from. Well, not here exactly. Wouldn't want you to get any ideas about robbing and ravaging, you know? But you do what I ask, and I'll dump a chest of those on you. You pocket the signet and ask her what's needed. She answers. That I'm not entirely sure of. Sailors talk about the Krakens as being natural enemies to whales, but, well, there are no whales around these parts, and given we're on land at all. But there is something that is close. An unhold of the bog. I suspect the Krakens through the eons of time moved inland and fed upon what they could, and like when they were in the seas, found an enemy here just as well. Bring me 7 unknown hides, and I may be able to lure the beast out of its slumber yet. Out of its slumber? Where the hell would it be sleeping? You shrug and figure if she's willing to rid herself of such magnificent jewelry, then you'd be more than happy to oblige her. We will handle that later. But I have 4 of the hides. It typically looks at how many hides you have, and then adds a number on top of that. So we will let that sit for the time being. I kind of don't want to stomp out orc camps, but I kind of need to get paid. I mean, we did make it out east to specifically have a wide expanse to go exploring in. So, young, berserker, warlord, elite, behemoth, grunt, and pack leaders. Right, you know what to do, boys. We've killed plenty of greenskins in the past, and we've got plenty of green skills. Yeah, I want the green skittles. Give me the fucking orc bodies. Hey, Toothless. Actually, they won't clear in time. That's a big fucking flail. Steady on. So there ain't many of these guys. But it is all the roided out fuckers. That's a hell of a way for it to go off course. So my ranged weapons are going to struggle to penetrate that much armor. It's warriors, so I'm pretty sure that the war boss could give us the enhanced sequence. Right now, we're aiming to just survive, which shouldn't be super difficult to do, but do not underestimate. Easy. Okay, I'll take it, honestly. Now put the fucking boot to him. Now, the behemoth isn't going to just die, because it has 1,000 hit points, and that's kind of its shtick. Hold it back for the turn. Silo, get him out of play. That's a confirmed stab. Twinkle put out of the situation. Because you're good at defense. I don't see that going super well, though. This thing is also more fucking armored than a brick. Don't know what Shield does. Hopefully it's good. Oh shit! Fuck that. You have adrenaline. Don't like that one. Adrenaline bad. It's the song and the banner donating 1 AP over multiple turns. It's not a forever thing. Some people over a sustained battle, because I'm playing with Cell Sword updated, can get something called Battle Rhapsody. And Battle Rhapsody does actually give you extra AP if you are able to constantly hit. Yep. Here's the thing, DDG. Rip armor is good. Armor can be repaired. Getting your body torn in half by a fucking unhold splitter, which is one of the heaviest hitting weapons in the game, if not the heaviest. Not so replaceable. ammo at a great time. That'll do. Bonk. Dragon House gets a ding. Roosh gets a ding. We did get a Warlord strain. And they had 10 ingots at hand. And we have orc horns for the drip, if anyone wants those. So, the Warlord. Born from the study of the renowned orc warlord, this potion improves upon the previous strain, allowing one to wield heavy orc weapons with ease, as well as letting an orc's rage flow through their veins. Induces growth, 15% extra damage, 10 hit points, and you get enraged when you get hit. Also, orc weapons no longer have a penalty. I mean, you are already on the orc strain, so yeah, that's your natural evolution. Because you can take the same sequence, take the same strain in sequence. So, we will reserve that for a little later. Our kit's fixed. Let's get out of here. A behemoth, berserkers, and young. Formation. Demon Alp, not yet. They're particularly annoying to find in the wild because we have to find them at night. If it hits daytime, they despawn. That's a lot of fucking berserkers coming down the same chamber. I imagine it probably just removes movement as a factor for you. As in, you can just walk over any terrain you'd like. But yes, when it comes to orcs, the best weapon to use against them is a ranged weapon. If you don't gotta be in base-to-base contact to do severe damage, that is to your advantage. It's actually rather quite silly how effective it is to just shoot orcs. But everyone's got a defined weakness. Orcs are just big bastards. Hello, Friffen. You know what? You can walk. I can see you withdrawing. You can walk. You just watched all your friends die. Tell them we're coming. The biggest, scariest bastard coming with his tail tucked between his legs saying you're all doomed. Ah, we're fighting up a hill. That's a little inconvenient. Actually, we're the stupid ones. We're attacking a fortification where they have high ground. Well, they aren't making the most of their advantage here, so we will take advantage of that. Yeah, now they're threatened, so now they're gonna start mustering out. I need the battle lines to develop a little more before I do anything funny here. So Chilled is -2 action points and -30 initiative. The character has been chilled to the bone by coal. With their limbs frozen stiff, it takes a great deal of effort to move in a coordinated fashion. What's your martial skill? 107. Not the best odds, but not the worst ones, and more importantly, you can hit the guy behind him. Ah, he had a very thick shield. Good hit for effect. Actually, that was a very lucky hit. But how else are you gonna rep that you got the drip? Not fond of the concept, but I do have to tie the Swordmaster down. Actually, I very reasonably hit that Swordmaster. Breathe, focus, cut. Oof. Hedgie coming in. Homie, you broke my shield, you rude bastard. Wait, where did the Swordmaster go? Or did they die? Yeah, I think they died, actually. That's a kill for Roosh. Archer has been counter-sniped. Admiral Lion goes running on in and just tackles the dude successfully. Yeah, actually, this axe doesn't do as much damage for shield breaking purposes. That's a little... Oh, there's the Swordmaster, actually. You do indeed live. You're manning South Gate. It could be literally anyone. A lot of raiders. That's my fucking shield. And I'm in a bad spot. Oh, what? Thank you, Bang. No, you basically Dante must died his ass. Didn't get touched. And styled on him. No, there was a second part to the event. We just proceeded to kick the giant, kick his ass too. Alright, that's our local neighborhood taken care of, and Slugx gets the ding. Someone had an Unga Bunga strain. Interesting. Yeah, rest is just money. I like money. I mean, you've got good strains on you. I think you've got, what? Actually, you're completely naked for strains. You have full freedom to take what you want. Alright, well, we have a moment of downtime. I'm digging that vampirism strain because that thing fucks. Um, then we've got DDG who wants warrior strain. Mark all items that are worthwhile for repair. Can I treat the sicknesses, or is that just going to be a case of, yeah, it'll just take time? While on the march, you find a drunken nobleman toitering side to side on the path. Mussy is the name of his hair, leaves and grass and what looks to be bird shit swept in it like someone stirred the finest ingredients to a prank. But his clothes sweep about with the finest of silks, and his fingers glisten with jewelry. He has a bottle in each hand, and he swings around as he sings gibberish pub songs. He is in all regards the greatest magnet for a mugging you've ever seen. Bang! Purses his lips and looks like a wolf staring at a fat sheep. I'm not saying nothing, sir. I'm just seeing it. That's a lot of juice. A lot of juice limping down the road, but again, I ain't saying anything. You know what the sellsword's talking about. Hey, that's my fucking cousin. As you approach the drunkard, he immediately... That looks like a woman's body, actually. He immediately recognizes the Lord Commander and runs up sobbing. Cousin, oh my Gentile and cultured cousin, my favorite second cousin! You wouldn't believe the outrageous injustice perpetrated against oneself! You look on skeptically as the obviously drunken and slightly bedazzled nobleman continues. I was due to be wed, you see, to the love of my life. It was to be the richest, wealthiest, prosperous, bountiful, most affluent, most, well, endowed. The nobleman's mind wanders off as if in fantasy. You prompt again and the speech continues somewhat more deflated. Alas, it was not to be. They discovered my horrible father disowned me for having too much fun with wine and women. They turned me out on the road. Perhaps I could come in on a traveling adventure with you? Sure. Who is the plus one? It's another another noble usurper, but this one rolled. Oh, fuck. You come pre-baked as an addict. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. But you have a 3-star in... You have Polearm. You have Rally the Troops. We just found a replacement Bannerman. So we will go student. We can get them clean, but it's going to be a painful road. Oh my god. Their base 35 hit points? What's giving them the extra hit points? Oh my god. I know it's giving them the extra hit points. It's because they're a woman. Because women lose 10 fatigue but gain 10 hit points. Men lose 10 hit points, gain 10 fatigue if you have Battle Sisters non-cosmetic as a setting. Oh my god. This is okay, this is gonna be a bit of a wild journey. That's the first level. Level 2. That's level 3. I mean, it's not a hopeless endeavor. Let's get an estimation for the weight they're going to be packing. That's 19 right now. They need a plate of some kind. How the fuck? That's 32, 36. Balance. Perfect fit. Pole arm. Rally troops. Do they happen to have... I'm already, I think, yeah, I've already got Paymaster, so they don't have to worry about that. Uh, do they... Where is their motivational? I know some people have it. Where's, yeah, leadership or inspirational. So it should be on that row, and they flat out don't have it. But we can get it to them, maybe. Medium armor. Honestly, you will catch up with your others, so... Definitely a mind over body to take advantage of that, though you probably don't need it. You do have perfect focus. We'll take that. That's a 15. That's a 14. That's barely anything. Then she will continue to contribute. As for strains that they could benefit from, that's a good question. But I will say, I have a Bannerman. Maybe not the finest Bannerman in the world. But I have a Bannerman. Is your weapon ruined? Now it is. Ah, she's not hungover, so her stats are actually showing up as they should. Let's get into town and see if there's some armor that would be good for them. Yeah, I'll take the pageantry. The Norman. Maybe the Coat of Scales actually will work for them now that they're not drunk off their ass and barely able to hold themselves up. Still a bit too heavy. That's 12. That's roughly about 29. Do damage, get fatigue back. We do have Direwolf Smoothie, and if we don't have it, easy to get another one. Could go with a Footman armor right now, honestly, until I figure out something better for him. That's 28. The sweet spot is about 32. It's 28, 32. About 34? Your initiative is twice higher than twice the combined body and head. Actually, in the hamlet, what books do we have? Boar Hunter, Focus, Spearwaller, Death from Above. Fuck. Nets, Orc, Training. Well, for the moment, first things first, it's fucking payday. Don't need that many nets, honestly. Now, one thing I know is that some stuff snuck up here. Let me double beak, damn it. There we go. Actually, that is, might not need that faceplate, because I can do that. That's 36, which is a little higher than the sweet spot I'm intending here. It should work for now, though. All right. Sell the treasure. Sell all the treasure. Pack it in, grab the cheap goods. Gonna need fresh ammunition. We went through quite a bit on the last expedition. Grab the grain, the rations, and the bread. Oh, hey, free ammunition, actually. Take that, too. If you want Direwolf Strain, probably good to count it now. We have Spider, Unhold, Scrat, Orc, some Goblin, which is just a absolutely good, it shrinks you, and it doesn't have a connection strain. But it is very good for just range skill. We have Ghoul, Alp, and Direwolf. I also have 2 Potions of Oblivion. Oh yeah, I actually have some pretty light tier 2s. Well, quote-unquote light. Slug X hits the capstone. Can't go wrong with more resolve. A firm spine saves lives. And then we'll give you... Actually, you're a polearm person. Interesting. Well, I got a nice spear. That's kind of it. Copy that. Get him puppy strain. Piercing damage. I don't have a better idea right now, so honestly, tactical maneuvers in case you get caught in a bad situation. We can replace your coat. That's 30. Your head's a little lighter than I'd like, but that keeps you alive right now. It also means don't give them any of the buffs that we happen to have. No Lionheart. Now, all we need to do is figure out a good polearm for Slegex. I did not realize they were a polearm boy. They've been using that long axe for so long that, it's just kind of worked out. You've killed 5 Scrats. Fuck, okay. I could give you Fortified Mind. That'd be really funny. What is the right call for a polearm user? Honestly, if ever in doubt, tactical maneuvers. Get that rotation. But yeah, Store's kind of got crap. Alright, let's get our glad. Yep. It refreshes one fight every day. And gladiators are up first. We do. I think we probably did. Nah, he's a toughie, ain't he? Oof. Taken care of. First round easy. Second round. 8 bandits. So speaking of, I'd like my shield back. And you would like your Lindworm shield back. There we go. Right flank hasn't had a chance to have some fun in a hot minute. Solid as oak. Don't invite them. They may just... There's like 3 axes on the field. Needs 5, rolls 2. Thanks. Hey, Darmp gained a level. Ding ding. Three gladiators. Get you some. Alright. Checking something real quick. Slipping in. Ah, sword lance. Make sure the fencer has the right of way. They are immensely more effective when they can bounce from target to target. Somebody gonna get his ass whipped. And nacho fight. Sweep, sweep, and honestly, more sweeps. Sweeps sound fun this time about. No, we cannot. We can only hire men. I mean, unless you go with the view of, you know, lasses are the definition of that. Then yes, we can hire many succubi. Your opponent is, what is this? A worm? It's green. Never seen a worm that color. Oh, a worm! No, wait, worm. Worm? A lindworm! I got to be honest with you, I don't know what the hell this is, but I imagine our dear matchmakers won't be having you eat a worm or of the regular sort. Or maybe they is. Maybe they just have you eat it for entertainment. Maybe they ain't matchmakers, but tastemakers. Yeah. Ah. No. We can't actually hire demonic ladies, so to speak. Alright, how do I make you tankier? Because you're going full tank fuck the world. You don't actually have access to Steel Brow. That's a little weird. No taunt, which is a unfortunate fact of life. Oh no, you've got Steel Brow right here. Okay, so who's gonna go slap a Lindworm? Well, you come with preferential, you want to kill Lindworms and have the armor for this kind of shit, so we'll throw that on. We will give you a Cutler because being able to hit the Lindworm twice is ideal. Then let's switch out your shield for a Lindworm shield, except that doesn't actually reduce Lindworm damage. Ideally, we stay far, far away from this thing. It's gonna be the tankiest member in the party. There is just one Lindworm. He's fucked. One Lindworm ain't shit at this point. Thank you for the check. Get your Cecily back. Pretty much about a week on estimation. As it turns out, doing multiple strains of demon drug of weird sciencey bullshit puts you down for a while. And that the human body is not supposed to be eating the funny mutation juice. Don't I have a barracks I can stick people in? Yes, if you drink too much Monster Slushy, you die, as you mutate into basically a Chaos Spawn. Basically, choose 2 strains, stick to them. Also, Nacho Hunter is 13%, so almost able to get the Skin Ghoul contracts. I like gold. Two is the most that the body can handle. However, the slushy is a sequence. So if you drink the Orc strain, you can get Unga Bunga into Warlord because they're part of the same strain. Because we're anatomicists, we're allowed to get two sequences into the body. Not every sequence has a follow-up strain. DDG hits the reserves, Jake's hit the reserves. Bang, you take the front. I'm already in a position where me being on the reserve is not a bad thing. And Kirchan can take the front to replace for the time being. It has been a strictly volunteer basis, so as you have not requested a strain, I have not given you a strain, because I don't want to get harangued for the fact I gave someone a strain and they didn't want that. Well, that's a question of what kind of monster slushy you want. We have access to Spider, Unhold, Scrat, which is Tree, Orc, Ghoul, Wolf, Alp, and 1 sequence of Goblin. Poison gives you Night Vision, Initiative, Melee skill, and you poison targets. Unhold is Regeneration and additional health. Scrat gives you the Smart trait. You become like Tree, so piercing attacks suck. You burn horribly, though. And you become immune to knockback and grab. Orc is more damage, resists status effects, health, and you get Colossus, which is more HP, but you also become a big boy. Ghoul is rapid regeneration, initiative, and you can eat corpses for health. Goblin doesn't have a follow-up, but shrinks you, makes you more agile, initiative boost, more damage with bows and crossbows, and major range boosts. Wolf is 50% discount on missed attacks, more fatigue, and you gain more damage on missing hit points. Alp is night vision, and you take less damage from piercing attacks and HP. And Vampire is, if you hit someone in melee, bonus hit points and melee skill and 9 lives. The man wants some Spider Strain. Alright, that's not a bad thing to have. I mean, fair point. He doesn't want to be small. Spider! Go to the reserves. I mean, you're still actively mutating. You need time for that to settle in. Vodon, you already have Goblin Strain and what looks to be Alp Strain, so you're fine. Oh no, you have Spider. You have Spider and Goblin. You do not have a strain from what it looks like, Kira-chan, so you have a chance to take some strain if you'd like. The problem is you already have Colossus into Muscularity, so that's already a redundant strain to have Orc. Do you have Thick Skull? No. So, unhold while it's still not exactly getting optimal there. Thick Skull is still good, so we will give you... Enough of the warband may be actually calling out sick that we have to reserve... Oh, we have to take a break. True. Honestly, we'll go that for regeneration purposes, and then, Slug X wants Spider Juice. Jesus. Like, now we're just hitting up all of our, reserves. Spider... Anybody else? Wait, why do you have 3 perks? Who's got the fucking perk? Oh, because I was looking at, Historian Man. Jesus, how many veteran levels have I not assigned him? Bucket, Promise Potential. Does he have any supplementals? I think I grabbed literally every supplemental he has, and now he's just learning to kill. Okay, give him medium armor. Well, we can at least go scouting. And away we go. Back out into the blue. There's some goblins. And there's a goblin location. That's at least one. That's another goblin location. How's my reputation doing? It's been going up. Orc location. More goblins. So we finally found where the fucking goblins live on this map. Oh shit, that's Black Monolith. Alright, that'll be a fun little fight once we get to it. A wreath of odd and discolored flowers, weeds, and tree limbs, among them dozens of large beetles rattle as their shells bump into one another. They seem to be feasting on the sap or some oddity seeping from the vegetative collection. Silo wonders aloud. I think I've seen one of these before. It's some sort of marking. You glance at him. We need to be keeping an eye out for bored spinsters or something? The man shakes his head. Nah, this here's a goblet fabrication. We're on their land now. The Black Monolith is considered to be the hardest base challenge before the Kraken was introduced, and even then, some people consider the Black Monolith to be harder. That is 53 orcs running around. And yet it's all young. I shouldn't, with most of my shooters out of commission, but that's 53 and most of them are young. That's not the worst fight in the world. Man. Well, I could kill most of the young in about a round of fighting. But no, I'll do the smart thing. Because with the force complement that we have, that's I'm not certain. Yeah, the problem is a lot of shooters being out makes that much more dicey than it should be. I'm pretty certain that my melee could handle it, but it would start... I would be relying on them breaking pretty quickly. Which, it's young, so it's not unlikely to happen, actually. You've checked the inventory to find Lady Deborah splayed half-assed into a barrel. Full forelegs hanging over her lip. There's a number of vials collected onto her belly. She stares at you with dimmed reddened eyes, and the sockets holding them are purple, as though all the blood had rushed there. You ask what the hell is going on, and she only smiles. Do it you must, Captain, for I have already won. This needs to stop now. You fucker. You pull Lady Deborah out of the barrel and throw her into the ground. She wobbles there as though the earth was a staircase and she was looking down to the top step's precipice. Oi, sir, careful, it's just down and down. At first you think to kick her ass, but relent. You crouch and sit down next to the woman as she rolls over to stare at the clouds. After a while, she looks over. You trying to help me? You nod and say you are, but Deborah simply smiles and shakes her head. Ain't talking to you, I'm talking to you. She points behind you at the barrel, and by the time you look back, the man is up to her feet and charging forward. That sumbitch gonna be smart with me, huh? The sellsword tackles the barrel, and splinters from top to bottom, and a number of items within spill out and shatter. A few mercenaries rush over and get the woman and take her away while you count what's been lost. Again, being an addict is fucking terrible. No, the next time this comes out, I'm pulling out the fucking whip. Probably should pack my happy powder to make sure they don't just immediately leave with what happened with Heighton. After I got him to stop being an alcoholic. We gotta cut it straight south. We're gonna be hungry for a bit. How bad is it? You're out for like another day-ish, so you probably should be fine. Anyway, the reserves are back. Oh, Nazir is holding a tournament. Okay. Prices are bad down here. Just buying enough food to get us back into function, and then we're out of here. Because we have ourselves something else that's fun to do. Tournament arc! Problem is, Nazir is all the way over there. Walking, running, fighting, fucking, all good for a man's heart. The time spent traveling between the land has improved the vitality and vigor of the mercenaries. You even caught one of the cheekier mercenaries flexing into pond water, admiring their own reflection like some vain noble. Tarf gains a point of fatigue. Hopefully the prices aren't shit here. And they're not. We'll buy some trade goods. Actually, that fruit's way overpriced. Dates are somewhat overpriced, but, like, not horrendously so. The fruits are... no. That's way too much. The cured rations are surprisingly at a good price, though. Usually they overprice like hell for those. Hiya, Freights. Okay, tournament. 3 rounds, one after the other, and each harder than the last. Win all 3 with the same 5 men to earn the grand prize of a famed armor called It's a Tournamenta. You want in or nata? Okay, so we need 5 people. Bring out the Invictus, because that definitely helps. Want a shooter, and you've got the bleeds and the poison. Bring out my brawler for anti-fuck you. That's 1, 2, 3. Bring out my tank. Bring out my sweeper. That's 5. First round is relatively simple. It's a lot of murder mutts. Your ammunition is bleeding. Your natural talent is, poison. Spread around like herpes. Easy first round. I would read this, except there's no need to assess it. We're just gonna kick some ass. Round 2 is a literal army of dudes. Yes, win with 5 dudes. I am certain that they will abide by the rules. Oh no, the bad guys did not abide by the rules. Assholes. Actually, you're pretty fast. You could Parthian. Who else wants a piece? You can't disarm me. I'm equipped with these hands. That's a hit. That's 2 hits. That's a really funny misfire. Round 3 should still be good. Final round, let's go. It's 8 gladiators. Neat. Okay, so we are restocking ammunition between fights. That's not always a guaranteed with this go, you know, hit, like, win multiple fights in a row. Oh, that's a fucking champion. That's nice of you. If he has less friends, they get less action economy. One champion is scary, but it's just a singular gladiator. They're basically the Southern Hedge Knight. Which is still fucking scary, mind you. We could be doing far worse, though. Bonk you out of the way. Do not tie down my archer. You're dead by bleed. You dick. You have footwork. He's dead. Champion's down. They're done. The combat is over, and the dull warbling in your ears the roar of the crowd, overwhelming all senses in an explosion of celebratory ecstasy. You are but an avatar for the people, a totem through which they can vicariously electrify their own vanity and vacant heroism. Alongside the adoration of the mob, you're rewarded with the grand prize. So, what is this thing? Because it looks like just a lizard coat. That's disappointing. Oh, wait, hold on. It's a lindworm armor, except much lighter weight. That is much better for weight efficiency. This game versus War Tales, and why? War Tales is kind of half-baked and doesn't exactly have the same personal feeling as Battle Brothers does. War Tales came after Battle Brothers, and unfortunately in comparison to War Tales, note that this is the opinion of someone who's looking in rather than someone who's hard played the game. But it lacks a lot of the charm, the personality, and honestly, the art style kind of sucks compared to Battle Brothers. Like, it's hard to make a 3D game look appealing in the same way that a 2D artistic game can, but unfortunately War Tales just kind of... It's very simple and isn't as personal. Also, Battle Brothers modding scene is much better. I'm sure that War Tales is fine, but you're comparing it to Battle Brothers, and that's a hard sell. Oh, that's just a juggler book. That's not bad to get Hair Splitter. And again, opinion with a grain of salt, I haven't actually played War Tales, so I don't... It's very easy to look inside without knowing what the fuck you're talking about. I mean, since we're down south, we may as well explore down south and then work our way up north. Squirrel Wizard wants to gamble again. No. Standard difficulty, honestly. Not going to be super picky about changing that. If they say the standard is the standard, I'm taking the standard. The Circle of Eternal Darkness. Hidden for centuries, this ancient place became a safe haven for a coven of hermivores. Yeah, that seems like Necros and Necro Savants unfortunately have one thing coming for them. I'm coming for that ass. Actually, wouldn't they be right there? Yeah, I'll see if that works or not. Shot. Ooh, got him in the eyeball. Here they come. I am now going to wrestle. Oh, wait, you jumped over him. Unfortunate. Oh, nope, you don't want to get wrestle-manned. Get back here and accept your wrestle-manning. Axes for everyone. I mean, why not? Vampirism's equal opportunity. What? It's Count Strahd and... No, not Count Strahd. Strahd von Vedovich is someone else entirely. Vlad and his wife. The only couple in Warhammer Fantasy to confirm to actually love each other genuinely. Without question. Fucking hell. Look, dude just wants his seat on the Elector Council. Council. Well, that's supposed to be the shtick, because otherwise... Yeah, Necros are hard strike attack units. That is their shtick. Because otherwise, Necros are kind of fragile. And most of the time, they usually come in with, like, bad HP. Oh, you have quick swap. Maybe should have pulled out the sword. Oof. There are some camps that are just Necro Savants. Usually, Necro Savants are very fucking terrifying on their own. We are not at the point where they are super scary anymore. Got him. Squirrel and Kotal level up. So where's this new legendary location? This is to the ancient Mastaba. So that's where Mastaba is. The Wandering Kingdom. If I wanted to go spike a bunch of nomads, maybe. Squirrel Wizard hitting 18. Again, problem is, I don't know what perks I want to get you, because you already kind of got everything you could need. Debilitate might be funny. I guess tactical maneuvers, because again, if you don't have a better idea for a perk, survival is tantamount. Fuck it. Backflip. Go ninja. How much bag space do I have? I got a fair bit. $41 of them. And that is our legendary, or our champion. Let's see if they sally. They are sallying. You need to be closer to hit him with counter battery fire. You can take off some melee targets while they're closing in for the moment. At the target a little lower, but whatever. That is a lot of range firepower. Honestly, your best play may be just to do counter battery fire up here. Hold on. Can't shift the camera around. This lad up here is named, but he's the equivalent of like a brigand leader. He's not a champion, but he is an elite. Jesus, Legex is just chopping off every head right now. Long axing the hell out of everyone. Talk about this archer, though. He just has a beard that's jutting through his mask. Now, you see, good sir, that's called doing contract work. Something we haven't done for a hot minute. Thankfully, nomads don't believe in things called head armor. He has a 9 lives that kicked in. I am the disaster your gods talk about. Bow, and we're getting to them. They're locked down now. Bonk, bonk. Very lucky those were all chest shots. Or maybe unlucky. The pain will continue now. I commute the sentence. The sentence is death. That all you got, though? Yeah, run. I highly recommend it. Well, there's lots of food supplies here. That is a 7-tile bow that's compound. Someone's going to enjoy that bow. And they have a scout report. The intel I am already aware of. Let's see. It's a better warbow. You will make better use of it for the time being. Oh. Okay. Silent is your tent. Sir, we got a group of refugees out here that'd like to talk to you. You set aside your quill pen and go to meet them. They're an awful mess, looking more like dish rags thrown to the mud than people. One man nursing a nub where his hand used to be steps forward and speaks. Take it you're the one in charge? Nodding, you ask the man what has happened and why it concerns the company. He explains, gesticulating with his one good hand. The greenskins are attacking. That's nothing new. You ask where they are and if they're goblins or orcs. The man shakes his head. Well, you see, that's just the thing. It's both. They're working together. Hordes of them, as numerous as the blades of grass beneath our feet. I misspoke in a way. What I should have said is that they aren't just attacking, they're invading. All of them, together. An invasion beyond any scope or measure. Don't you understand? You look to the crowd of refugees. Children huddled beneath the skirts of their mothers, men looking lost. The man continues. My father fought in the Battle of Many Names. He always did say they'd come back, and now I suppose he's right. We hear the noble houses are panicking and might join forces, lest we all be overrun. If you want my advice, I'd say stay out of it. Those hordes, there's no stopping them and the things they do. You grab the man by the shirt. The things they do don't worry me. Get out of here, peasant, and leave the fighting to the fighters. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna go make a shit ton of money. I do need to I need to sell some of this ash. And Silo knocked his eye socket. Well, it's gonna take a little bit for us to get back up to civilization, so I may as well check out the Mastaba while I'm down here. Now, I'll come back down for that, actually. Mastaba should be right here, shouldn't it? Here we are. Ancient Pyramid. An ancient ruin in the style of an architecture you have never seen before. As the sand swallows your feet, you scramble to the zenith of the next sand dune. The crest gives way to more of the same. The sands part between the hypnotizing peaks between the valleys, occasionally sprinkled with columns, further entrances, and skeletons, human and animal alike. Further afield, you see the triangular tip of a rigid structure. The shape tickles back and your mind in a way you can't describe. As you wait closer, the aspect persists. At a closer distance, you can see layers to it, as if continuously rebuilt or made for some materials and unfazed by the passing of time. A sense of dread washes over you and the company. The entrance is small, but welcomes a king. Against your better judgment, you make your way in. The air inside is warm but stale. Time has not been wound backwards but stopped entirely. Small pots and urns make mickles and entryways and columns, a shining beacon for grave robbers, yet remaining tall, proud, and untouched by all until now. Other than your eye being fucked, which doesn't actually do anything bad for you. What's the beasts? Oh, hey. Skin ghouls. Quite a few of them, actually. Alright. This might be dangerous. So the thing about skin ghouls is that not only do they regen on hit, I believe, similar to a, like our vampire asshole friends, but these guys have a ranged cleave. These ranged cleaves lacerate like fuck. So, not super great. Parthian. Kind of getting better results just punching them. I am seeing a sequence on the ground. Okay, that's the major threats taken care of. That's a body bag. Also, as far as I'm aware of, Tomb Kings don't really exist in this universe. It's more of a Legends thing to have, like, embalmed. No, the ancient undead in this universe are Romans. Skin ghouls die the same as anyone else, if we got the jump on them, which we most certainly did here. I have had skin ghouls wipe my company before because they are very nasty. I am also playing Sellsword Updated, which gives me more tools to be nasty to these fuckers. Skin ghouls are 100% a valid threat. Do not underestimate them. That's one. Anyway, Skin Ghoul. From research on the legendary Skin Ghoul, this potion grants the drinker minor regeneration, as well as improving the properties of the previous potion. The drinker seems to have gained an unusual sense for blood, and every strike they causes vicious bleeding. So, heals 5 per turn. Damage received from bleeding is reduced by 50, grants 10, and then lacerate. Lust for blood courses through your veins, and each attack rips and tears with ferocity unmatched. Cause a minor but long-lasting bleed on any target you deal direct health damage with any weapon. Pack it in, going for the next pack. This is really bad ground to fight them on. I will, however, make this work. Because the archers, on the other hand, love this shit. That's a body bag. Yes, they do. Every elevation level that you shoot from is a 10% positive or negative penalty. Also, each tile counts as an additional +1 to range. So, if you are one tile higher than the person you are aiming to shoot, you gain an additional point of range. If you are aiming to shoot someone above you, you lose a tile of range. And if they're too deep into the mountain itself, so to speak, you just flat out can't shoot them. Height bonus is a real thing in this game. Note, this continues adding, by the way. So, in theory, if you hit the top elevation of 4 and you're shooting someone at elevation 0, yes, you can just cross-map your shots. Range penalty still, however, kicks in. That's a second ghoul sequence. And we're done here. More ghoul skin and another big old skin ghoul. You come across a man holding the reins of a lanky horse whose mangy mane has seen better days. The horse has a gray beard forming and it's got dry callous lips smacking desperately for water. Seeing you, its owner waves. Come, come, I've a bet to make for those brave and fast enough to think they'll win it. Curious, you ask what the bet is. The man pats a horse, a plume of dust lifting on the pad, and you can see his handprint on the shoulder. Race my horse. Not with another horse mime with your humanly legs. If you lose, you give me 500. If you win, I pay you triple. You up for it? I'm debating on this one, because I'm about to go do some other things, and racing the horse right now is not ideal. I can win the race, but that concusses you. I could just Iron Will. Yeah, you know what? Actually, yeah, it's true. Very well, someone step forward and race that horse. You nominate Silo to try and see if he can beat the beast. The rules race are to the first of the apple tree, and before you can even begin to root for the sellsword, the horse smokes him completely. He gets to the finish line, begins The branch is for apples. The company is sitting completely silent. When Silo crosses the finish line with a distant last place, they roar of delight as though he just won the keys to the kingdom's finest whorehouse. The host's owner laughs. Don't be too hard on yourself, kind sir. The fun's in the chance. Indeed, the spectacle of the man's efforts is to entertain the company. Now you see, the union won't allow you to have horses. Alright, everyone up and good to go? Cool, because I don't know what's in this place off the top of my head, so this will be interesting. As you make pace into the monolith, the temperature dramatically drops to a more comfortable level, the shade causing your skin writhe with comfort from the heat outside. The room is mostly blank. The only distinguishing feature aside from the indescribable walls are stone caskets of varying quality. Some depict great battles, a figure whipping servants, and others who are partaking in a form of ritual that has been purposely defaced. Others remain blank, either not important enough to be worth more time, or the craftsmen are simply unfinished. What was that noise? As you inch closer, you begin to realize that fingers have smudged and flailed against the inside enclosure of the sarcophagus. Some caskets have been opened from the inside, while others had outside assistance. However, all of them are empty. The air begins to feel warm again suddenly, as there is more to this chamber than you suspected. The figure of a man catches your eye. It opens its mouth as it plods from the darkness. Words do not come, only a trickle of sand and skin. The dead are upon us. So for those unfamiliar with the Embalmed, the ideal strategy in fighting them is have your backliners kill them, because every time you kill an Embalmed, they give you a stacking debuff that makes you easier to kill. It wears off after the fight, but still, it is a bit inconvenient, so to speak. Shit. got his bones. Is that a lord? Then that is a lord sequence down there. That is some nasty fucking hardware I see on their hands. Alright. I see quite a few champions. Champions mean bad news. Pretty sure you have rotate, so it's fine for now. The problem is archers for this fight because you're trying to stab, like, you're trying to shoot mummies. Stabbing damage does a whole lot of fucking doll, unfortunately. But you still have a purpose in hurting them. Well, hurting their armor. Only one curse of the mummy. I thought that stacked. Maybe that's a recent change that no longer does. That's a fair bit of mummy. That's a fair bit of necro right there. Jake got the snipe, and that's what counts. Get him more axes. Get you moving again. That's another champion dead. Now you're actually in a pretty lethal square. If you have to be trapped with a bunch of vampires, that's exactly where you want to be. Missed hit, but whatever. Works. Ow. Flick out of the way. Leave it to your friends to screen for you. Bango bango bongos. Thankfully, that armor's too thick to really get hit by Cleaver, so we'll take that. That armor is not too thick. Jesus, did you just have bad whiffs? Oh, 38. Holy shit! My McFucking head. Didn't think it was enough. That's a lot of wasted fat. That's a kill. That's a curious place that you ended up. That's a kill for Kodal. Oh god, that actually hurts a lot. A lot. Fuck. Jesus, yeah, you're just not getting lucky there. My head nearly exploded, so I'm cool to just sit this out for a bit. Nope, we're out of there. You're too exhausted to get any further. Taken care of. Masterwork medals. More ash. There we go, Vampire Lord. This concoction, born from the research into the legendary Necro-Savant Lord, further improves the qualities given in the Sequence 9 potion, Vampire. Improves effects to parasitic blood to 25%, plus 20 hit points, 10 melee skill, teleporting, morale can't be reduced below steady, 10 resolve, immune to poison. I got 2 of these. Teaches the Bard music group. I mean, that's funny, but like, I guess. Pack it in. The ancient queen crumbles to ash before you, leaving nothing left in this chamber but sand. What was that? The Bloodfang Twin Blades. The Bloodfang Twin Blades are a two-handed cleaver. One of the 7 legendary weapons, the Bloodfang Twin Blades gleam with a sinister light, their edges serrated like the fangs they were crafted from. Individually, they are lifeless, but when united, they pulse with a thirst for blood, their true power unleashed in a symphony of blood, bone, and steel. The blades can cut through the toughest armor, leaving behind wounds that never fully heal. So, it's a legendary weapon that does 75 to 100. Effects extra effective against armor. Ignores some armor. When bloodied, grants the user 20% additional damage dealt and received. When attacking enemies that bleed, heals the player equal to the damage inflicted. Bleeds inflicted with this weapon are permanent. These are basically bullshit. Mince. A continuous flurry of blows so oppressive it will send anything that survives reeling. So, its special ability is that it takes 8 AP. Oh, by the way, the basic swing is 4. What the fuck? Well, to be fair, this is a decked out cleaver user. But the basic is you hit, it hits hard, it bleeds. This one is 50% chance to hit the head. Oh, because of the weapon's quirks, I guess. Yeah, chance to hit head 15. Fuck me. 75% to decapitate or disembowel. Makes 5 separate strikes for 50% of the weapon's damage. Higher than normal chance to cause fatality. Additional stacking 10 bleed per turn. That's about as good as it gets. It's a modded weapon. Pretty sure it's from Sellsword. Anyway, I'm at least out for a while. So I may as well have my sippy. You might still see combat for a while. Actually, we'll probably be taking quite a bit of travel time, so you know what? Sippy! You're out for 7 and 9. And meanwhile, Slayex may have just found a polearm that works well for him. Less damage. Head bonker supreme. About a week. How are my relations with the House of Green? Basically reset. Alright, let's RTB, and that's a good cut. Also, get rid of my ambition for right now. I'm not hunting goblin locations. I'm gonna go win the war. Spices are a little bit more pricey. Oh, I actually don't have a gatherer's tent. Or a, no, I do have a stripper's, I do have a scrap tent. I need some food supplies to get back up north. Then we report to the House of Green. The fuck? Assassins. On one hand, I kind of want to dive them. On the other hand, my bags are full. And I got more important things to do in the moment. So, back to Leinster. Abe fixes up a whole shit ton of the Kopeshes that we were packing on. The Greenskin invasion is threatening to sweep away our world. We shall stand strong and fend it off, for this is how legends are born. There's a bunch of desperados in the road. They don't seem interested in us. Honestly, by this point, we could probably handle them. Alright, we're back in Leinster, finally. The silks, we make a profit on here. Can I melt down any of these things? We can make the skin ghoul armor. Which is the important thing. I was kind of hoping for the skin ghoul armor. So, skin ghoul armor. This disgusting design is made by nailing metal pieces to layers of flesh taken from skin ghouls. It smells awful, is quite heavy, and is feeling as though it's healing itself onto your body. That's 6 and 10 for 4. I strip off the toad skin. Put this on. 12 and 14 is 16, but that gives you a very strong torso, and more importantly, you will heal. So yeah, 16 right there. Good shit. Then who else is a light armor that would like that? You're already wearing a toad skin. 10 and 6. Wait, 1. Less armor, but that puts you down to 11, which means you can accommodate for additional armor down the road. Surprised there's not a gold recipe, but eh. Anywho, it's profit time. Well, actually, no, first. Let's make sure we're fixing things. The rune crafter can do her work. Not that much to repair, honestly. Done and done. All right. Flip all of this. All of this. Just flip it. Spices, money. The incense, money. I think it's uncut gems that are the money. The bones, not really using them, so money. All that money. This one's kind of crap, so that's money. That one's very good. That one looks cool, but kind of crap. It's a spear, so I don't need it. Spices aren't money. There we go. Buy the gold bars for extra money, so I can just sell it to the Hamlet for... Why are my tools going back up, actually? I've been noticing that it's kind of just gone back up just randomly, and I'm not sure why. Unless that's my Hamlet giving me tools for just walking in. Which I think is what's going on. When did they get salted fish in? Focus, dog breeder, medium armor, block training. Keep that around in case I need it for something. Anywho, I just made the town a whole shit ton of money. That's a cool two-handed axe. Damn shame that I already found a legendary one. Lightweight lindworm scales, actually very good investment. So that's a weight 6. Take that off and instead have dragon scales on. That's a 12, 6, that's 8. That's actually pretty damn high over your... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no, you're using perfect fit. Still, that's kind of high for what it is. But, on the other hand... 3 over is not super bad, actually. Deborah gets a ding. If I do that, that basically lets me put on as heavy as I want right there, so that's fine. He does actually have dodge access. Oh, Jesus, it's 40 fatigue to do a dodge. Oh, to do a jump. That's, that ain't cheap. Even as a mind over body, that ain't cheap, because that's 27, so basically 30. Yikes. Put in block training and the Bard scroll. We know where that is. That's ruins of Orcbane Keep. Oh, so if a location is no longer accessible on the map, I can just sell it. Yeah, here's a scout report I had a while ago. I swear that it's still valid. Anywho, that's a decent cut point. So we actually made it out into the blue and did some things for once. Not only that, but like, apparently we found out that there are legendary weapons. So that's pretty fucking cool. So needless to say, plenty to do. And then we've got greenskins. And we're gonna murder a whole hell of a lot of them. Yeah, ye of armor slaying. It is now your time to shine. Actually, speaking of armor slaying, do you have anti-orc? You have no favored enemies. You're not a bloodthirsty individual. Does anyone have anti-orc? You have favored swordmaster. You have favored lindworm. It don't look like anything else. DDG does not have favors because he is anatomicist. You are a brawler, so you do not have favored. Tarmf is squire. Doesn't have it. You don't have it. You don't have favored. Sellsword is, I think, preference human. Yeah, preference human. Anatomicist, so you don't give a shit. You are a hunter. You prefer fighting beasts. The noble fights every human enemy out there, both unsophisticated and actually. You don't got anything. You're a beast hunter, so you prefer all beast. I'm noble, so I also, much like cousin, prefer to fight that way. You are a bard man. Yeah, none of us actually just like fighting orcs. We're just not built that way. I think miners, some nobility, and certain people will have fuck orcs.txt. Well, hey, Roosh. You have yourself a quick second. Because I'm about to wrap it up for the evening, but given that we have you... Do you want some smoothies? Cool. I have access to... If it's dealer's choice, congratulations. Welcome to the van... Well, here's what they do, then, since we're end of stream. We have the vampire strain, which is bloodletter, and it's a follow-up lord. We have orc, we have scrat, we have ghoul. Give me a second. So, basic vampire is 15% of damage that you do to HP heals you, extra hit points and weapon skill alongside 9 lives. Which is, you basically have a once-a-fight save instead of dying. Lord then upgrades your lifesteal to 25%. You have 20 hit points and 10 melee skill. You have a jump teleport like the Necrosavant normally does. Morale can't go below steady, and you're immune to poison. Scrat gives you Smart Trait, which lets you read more scrolls and tomes. Reduce piercing damage. Take double damage from fire. Ignore knockback and grab. Orc is turn big, do 10% damage, 33% chance to resist status effects, 10 hit points, and Colossus, which is 25% HP. It's the Colossus trait. We had Warlord somewhere. I don't know where that is. I don't know what it is off the top of my head because we kept using them. Honestly, just taking vampires. I was looking at that going, you probably want Vampire Strain, honestly. So we will start with Bloodletter. Now I'm curious, can you immediately... Oh, you can absolutely double chain that. You'll also be sick for 7 to 9 days. I'm actually curious about one more thing. Okay, we are saved. Can I take a third on top? Yeah, no, you can just shotgun all your serums all at once. Provided they don't go over your 2 limit. You'll be out for, like, the entirety of the war. So, Bloodletter into Lord, just to double verify. Yeah, no, you can shotgun your entire sequence. Okay, good to know. Then in that case, we will hook you up with Vampire, and then we can maybe hook you up with a second sequence. Bloodletter into Lord. And then if dealer choice, let's see. Recommended strains then would probably be something like Unhold. Lord doesn't give you regen. Unhold would give you 5 hit points a turn, thick skull, and muscularity. Hyena is the same as Direwolf. Direwolf is... You count as a Direwolf in skill checks, so I think some skills specifically revolve around that. Any attack that misses is 50% fatigue refunded, 10 fatigue, and you gain damage based on missing hit points. Hexen, I don't think have a strand. Alps are... You are immune to night penalty, +1 vision, and you take 25 to 50% less damage from piercing attacks, and you get 10 hit points. Spider is piercing or cutting, poison the target, which you're using a fencing sword. Immune to poison effects, which already kind of doubles up with the Lord. Yes, they have the demon level. They have the demon out, but I don't know what that does. 15 initiative and 5 melee skill. The double up with the Lord kind of is unfortunate with the spider thing, because that won't do super much. Ghoul is rapid recovery, 10 initiative, and you can cannibal on the field. The Skin Ghoul is 5 health, which would get you the effects of the Unhold. Damage received from bleeding is reduced by 50, 10 hit points, and every time you hit someone, you do a minor but long-lasting bleed. Personally speaking, I would say probably Unhold to get the free Thick Skull and Muscularity and the regen. But that is a you do you, my dude. Do I have you with Thick Skull? I do not, so that is actually... Gobbo is useless to him. He probably does not want it. Yes to Unhold, or... Well, you're also a light armor user, so... keep that in mind. But to be fair, you also just armored up pretty nicely. Yes, it does. Then there you go. Hit you with the Unholds. Yeah. The potion will grant near immortality and power to whomever drinks it. That's right, just like the dreaded Unhold. Any lucky enough to consume this will have their wounds closed mere moments after opening. Take it! Quickly! Don't think, act! Note, any sudden lumps or otherwise unknown growths are to be removed as soon as possible. Confer with your local anatomist for more details. There's 2 perks. So yeah, you're sick for 13 to 15 days. You will be sitting the war out. Well, congrats, you just drank troll blood. You drank vampire blood and troll blood. I think you're cooking, man. You're still looking at 4 to 7. You're down for a while. Because you're drinking later into your sequence. There we go. Okay, now I'm closing up the shop. Now that I basically have a... Congrats, I got your order. Anywho, thanks for coming on down. I hope you have a good evening, everybody, and have yourselves a good night. I am now going to go get something to wet my throat because it's starting to hurt, and have ourselves a good night. Ba-ba-da boy, ba-boy, boy, boy.